G'day, you good dunce. What's up, Jupers? How we going, Okie being first? How's it going to Decimator being second and Skeptic being third? Damn it, as soon as I was able to claim third, someone took it. Yep, that's called being late. That's what that's called. Should have got here earlier. G'day, Orcrus. G'day, Skeptic. I've actually been looking into the Ashes of Creation stuff a bit more. I still don't think it's a scam or a rogue pull, but I do think... I do understand why people think that on a very surface level sort of reason. Yeah. Hydrate. Let's do that.
How was I that fast?
I don't know. You tell me. I'd ask your ex, but I don't know how to get in touch with them. Got him! $15 stream streak. 85 to go. Anyway. You doing okay there, Oki? Let's continue with our impossible streak, shall we? Gamer is late. That is correct. That is very correct. Third person. Got single player, but something else as well. 2013 to 2017. So, The Division. No, 2017 third person with single player and multiplayer. Third person. It could be sci-fi, could be open world. It's not a shooter or an RPG though. Huh. Third person. It's not a shooter and not an RPG. It's not going to be a racing game because those are usually third, first, and possibly isometric or VR. One of the two. You're late, Dex. Absolutely late. I actually have to get this stuff set up. What would this be? What is this gonna be? There we go. Perfect. Death Stranding. No, because that's a shooter. And also single player. No, it's not Overwatch. Because that has first person too, I think. It's not Fortnite or PUBG. It's not Dragon Age. It's not Borderlands. It's not an Assassin's Creed, because by this time they were RPG. It's not Ubisoft, not Sony, not 505. It's not Resident Evil. God damn it. What the? Fantasy open world. That's third person. Single player and multiplayer. It's not an MMO. Overwatch has first person. It can't be an RPG or a hack and slash or a shooter. Don't mind me just copying all of my photos onto my phone. On my phone to my PC. Yuck. Why would you waste the time? Sure. I don't think it's Outlast Trials. It is single player, multiplayer, co-op. It is indie. Third person fantasy open world indie. Single player, multiplayer, co-op. You'd think that would give it away, wouldn't you? I can't think of many third-person open-world fantasy indie games that have multiplayer support. In fact, I can't think of any. Not from 2017, at least. Ooh! No, it's not Rocket League, because that's open world. And sci-fi. God damn. Could be puzzle. Talos Principle has first person and it's also sci-fi. Could be a platformer. Near. That's would that be sci-fi too? Yeah, it's sci-fi too. It's not yeah. Only third person, not RPG, not shooter, not hack and slash. It's got to have multiplayer. Red Dead also has multiplayer support. I feel like this is going to be an obscure niche game. I'm just gonna blast through this because I don't think we're gonna get it. Lego Harry Potter. I don't know. Yeah, it's an obscure game. Vongo, first over on YouTube. Actually, you're second. Ukulele. I see what they did there. I get it. Ukulele. Yeah. You don't know ukulele? No. Never heard of it before. Never heard of it. What game is that? I got no idea, Skate. No idea. Wouldn't guess it ever. Yeah, neither would I. Well, there you go. Another game for us to keep in our mind. Yeah, I was reading more about this Ashes of Creation stuff and what happened. So, I don't think it's a scam because what scam is 9 years in the making building a studio with 200 plus devs, employees? You know? That's not a scam, that's just a development studio. You know? In saying that, I can see why people think it's a scam, considering in Stephen Sharif's official announcement, he was blaming issues between him and the board's decisions and whatnot. When he and his husband are the only two publicly listed directors. So it's like, who's this board you're speaking of? Yeah. However, there are reported, like, leaked internal reports apparently that suggest severe financial crisis. So it could just be that this could just be them looking for a way out, being like, ah, shit, this isn't working. We have no money left. We can't keep operating. Which sucks, but that doesn't make it a scam. That's just business. And it's unfortunate that it happens. But that's the way that that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. Too bad. So sad. The business couldn't survive, so it's now gone. So yeah. Don't think it's a scam. I do think they're trying to pass blame off onto people that may or may not exist. And this is what happens when you invest in stuff on Kickstarter or buy early access games. They may not actually ever fully release. That's the risk you take. Doesn't make it a scam, it just means you invested in something poorly. Banjo-Kazooie inspired game. Oh yeah, the ukulele. Very much. Game made by some of the same people who made Banjo-Kazooie, about Amazon and how Jeff Bezos stole books to start Amazon. It's really fun. What? And yes, Amazon started as bookstore. I know that, Bongo. I know that. Amazon was just like books and whatnot. And then somehow they turned that into the huge freaking company that it is today. That took some wild maneuvering. We need to do these two. Those are the only two things we have to do tonight. And I'm thinking tomorrow we're going to start building a website. We gotta start building the Hypnotic Games website. Yep. Maybe I'll be able to get something up in time that looks kind of professional, that people can access a... What do you call it? What are those packs called? Like a press pack sort of thing. And then whenever we have a game, there'll be like a press pack for the game on the site that they can download and have all that stuff. What's that sound? That sound in the background would be what we call in Australia a Terry Tough cunt. It's basically someone that just revs their engine because they paid to put a muffler on their car, and that's it. Basically, they're all talk, and that's it. What do we need? We need input mapping. Don't bully my fellow car people. It's cool. Oh, I'm not bullying your fellow car people. You've got to remember, Bongo. You got to remember, these people aren't car people. Terry Tough cunts are not car people. Okay? They are people that have a stock standard car and they put a muffler on it so that they can act cool and act like car people. That's all they are. You know? It's like the people that are driving a Mitsubishi Lancer and they've like got a cool muffler on it and that's it. What else am I using? I'm using Arch. Yep. I've got Hyperland as my window manager. All very, very nice and pretty looking. You mean poses? Yes, but in Australia we call it. We like to call them something else. Arch is hard to use. It's definitely not the first Linux distro I recommend people dive into. If you're diving into Linux as your for the first time, generally either Ubuntu, Fedora, or Mint will be one of your three go-to. Other than that, like after you've been with Linux for a while, then you can probably start looking at like Arch and that kind of stuff but however, I will say Arch these days does come with an installer. So you can just run the Arch installer that comes with it and do the install via that process. Windows users, can you recommend me some easy distros? Simple, minimal, and smooth. The Linux Mint. So Linux Mint is a very, very good intro. It's probably the distro that feels the most like Linux, or feels the most like Windows from a GUI standpoint. For people migrating over from Windows. So that's probably your best start. But if you want a minimal distro, that's where it becomes a bit of an issue, because minimal is a bit of a opinion. For me, minimal is Arch because it doesn't come with things like LibreOffice and a bunch of media players and PDF readers and text editors and all that kind of stuff installed by default. I can choose which ones I want installed. I can set up my own my own window manager and desktop environment and login session and all that kind of stuff. To me, that's minimal. Starts out with none of the bloat, and then you just build stuff on top of it. So, minimal and smooth generally don't go hand in hand, in my opinion. Put on the hair shirt and do Linux from scratch. Don't. Bloody Linux from scratch. Bloody Linux from scratch. That one. That's the one we want. Does this have... Gen 2? God, no. This is GD script org. So GD script is specific to Godot. It's based on it's inspired by Python with its syntax using colons at the ends and stuff like that. But yeah, it's its own thing. I feel this needs a process, is if not remapping, return. We have the trigger event key, so we can go. Oh, actually, no. Input device changed. So we want to go. If remapping. We need to set that to false. We need to cancel the tween. What up, Zinc? Are you hiring right now? Looks like he's riding go, guys. I'm not hiring. I am a solo dev with only money to support myself at the moment. Seriously, NixOS? I mean, I remember going to install NixOS before using Arch and being like, what the hell is this? I'm looking at the documentations for how to install this, and it's not telling me. So I just decided I'm going to go with Arch, because at least I already know how to install that. I've done it multiple times already. So I'm just going to go with that. So glad I finally freed myself from Windows. It's a good feeling, isn't it? Hey, Sorcerer. They were 40% right, okay? They were 40% right. Icon modulate A 1.0 and actually stop flash. Bam. Bam-a-da-bam bam. I would have cut some slack for a Python guess. Do you use AI while coding, or do you recommend using it for beginners? I don't use AI. I haven't come across a reason to use AI yet in my code. There's arguments that it would increase productivity and stuff like that, but I disagree. I think in the short term it would increase productivity, in the long term it would slow it down, because you've got to go back and fix issues and stuff like that. For beginners, I don't recommend using AI for coding. I recommend using AI for explaining programming concepts. So having the AI explain to you what a programming algorithm is. Yeah. What is, like, what's the difference between a function and a constructor? Stuff like that. Yeah. But you don't have it generate the code for you, because if you have it generate the code for you, that limits your ability to learn how to code. So, but using it to explain topics and concepts to you is perfectly fine. It's rapidly declining. I don't know about that, Zinc. I think after the last year of Windows, like the most recent issues with Windows includes an issue where you couldn't even boot. Like, you couldn't even turn Windows on. Like, it's an operating system. That's its one job. Its one job is to start up so that applications can start doing things. It's like the most important thing you want an operating system to do. I don't use it for generating code, but I use it sometimes when I get errors in projects. Is it okay? As long as you're asking it to explain what the error is and not asking it to solve the error for you. You don't want the AI to solve the problem for you, because programming isn't just about knowing programming syntax. It's knowing how to problem solve. So the use of AI is fine if you're using it to explain things to you, but not to do the work for you. Exactly. You want to use your brain. Yeah. You don't want to end up like the upcoming generation and not know how to read. For the love of code, make it hand-typed when learning. My brother has a friend who installed Windows 11 and it bricked his computer for like 2 years till he got a new one or something like that. Oh, I don't think it bricked his computer. If he plugged the drive into another system, he would have been able to completely format the drive and then reinstall an operating system on it and then use the computer again. So, first tried Windows 11 at work in 2022 and thought, man, this is slow. I tried it again last year and thought, man, this is slow. See, I've done the same thing. So like I for my personal laptop that I also use as a bring your own device when I'm working places, that has Linux installed on it. Right? And honestly, booting into Linux takes me like 2 seconds. 2 seconds, I'm at the login screen. Sweet. Whenever I turn on the device that has Windows, it takes like 30 seconds until I can log in. What the hell? What are you doing? AI can help you go fast as when you're doing something you already know how to do well, but you won't learn anything and you'll keep building the same crap. That's true. The only problem with once... Like, I disagree with the argument, or with the reason to use AI being to do things you already know how to do. Because after a while of using AI to do things you already know how to do, you no longer know how to do those things. Especially when it comes to things like game engines or web frameworks and stuff like that. Because those things are always changing. And the way you do things are always changing. So you keep doing them yourself. You keep doing them manually. So when a new version of something comes out and you're using that new version of the framework or the engine or whatnot, you know, oh yeah, so this is the stuff that's changed. This is how I do it now. If you ship it for money, use whatever makes it go fast. But in order to learn how stuff works, you need to suffer through it and make it yourself. Correct. And if all you're doing is shipping it for money, it's more than likely going to be a bad product in the end. You're going to end up with a worse product than the competition. Try Pop OS. Pop OS is... yeah. I saw that, but it looks almost like Ubuntu. That's because it's based on Ubuntu. Pop OS is based on Ubuntu, I believe. Distro watch. Pop OS. Based on Debian Ubuntu LTS. Yeah. Ubuntu-based Linux distribution. AI is a trap, because even if it is helpful, you're offloading your mental exercise to a black box. Yep. And we've all seen The Good Place. I'm using Hyperland, Mitter. Fun Hyperland. Talking about enterprise coding, there's a lot of boilerplate that is for reasons way bigger than the individual dev. It depends, because like if you want to do things the boilerplate way, then I don't think you're going to end up with anything interesting. Like, if you're just using boilerplate code, then you're just going to end up with something that looks generic anyway. One more thing I wanted to ask. How the hell do petitions in Mint work? I don't know. Same way they work in everything else. I got so confused with disk petitions in Linux. So what you should do, and for your first time, just select the auto petitioning. Like, tell the installer to just do the default petitioning. What up, Varia? How you doing? G'day, you dunce. What were you doing today? Tell us about your stream. We're talking Linux and the use of AI in projects that you want to do. And I'm doing the last couple of things I need to before I spend a couple of days not working on the project, waiting for bugs and feedback to come in. What up, rat? I tried, but I'm getting errors and it fails again and again. Interesting. What are the errors? How relevant. I use Linux and AI a bit. Hopefully that doesn't land me on the wrong side. It doesn't. Like, I personally don't care if people use AI. I recommend people only use AI to explain concepts to them that they don't understand. But it's up to you. If you want to use AI to do stuff, that's your call. I don't care. I do have plans though down the track to do a fun project, like just a fun for laugh project where I use AI to vibe code a brand new Linux distro. Just to see what the hell happens. Yeah. Vibe code the kernel from scratch. And just see what kind of horrid monstrosity I can make. You don't use Gen AI? No. I really like Godot, but mostly use it for tools instead of games. That's fair. I mean, you can use Godot for a bunch of things other than games. You can use any game engine for things other than games. Magnetic disk divided into chunks gave various speed advantages due to waiting for the spin. SSDs don't work that way, and when they fail, they just take out the block sectors in one spot. They brick the whole thing back up so it didn't happen. That's true. That's true. Gotta make that a stream or YouTube series. Oh, it will be, Bongo. Don't worry. Don't worry. I feel like Manjaro could have been AI with an Archonix prompt. Don't give them ideas. Those honestly really good at GUIs. It is. Scene node models just fit so well. Oh, very well. Now, what do we need to do here? That's right. So I think this is fixed. Basically, what I wanted to do is plug this in. When the input remapping. So if I go into settings, if I select R for interact and I press A on here, I don't want it to change interact 5 for controller to be A. See, so I just pressed up on that and it just reset it. I'm gonna press A. I think I have some drift in the stick there. Yeah, sweet. Sweet. That's that handled. It's not GUI, it's GUI. That's what I said, Vongo. It's GUI. That's a very weird way of pronouncing GUI. I don't know why you're pronouncing GUI GUI. That's very weird, Bongo. Again, Vongo, I don't know why you're trying to pronounce it GUI. Why do you say GUI? It's GUI. It's like it's like trying to pronounce pung as PNG. It's not PNG, it's pung. How do you say Tui? Tui. Gooey, Tui, Shui. Pung. Pung, spelled P-N-G. Pung. What about Htummel? Htummel. It's Htummel. It's C's. It's Jus. It's Tus. It's good. It's Jpug. It's GIF. Htummel. Yeah. Htummel is amazing. I agree. Pudf. Did you get that PUD file I sent? Oh my god, did you hear about the exploits in PUDV? This code. Just... I don't know what's so complicated about this. See, you would think it should be Jusks, but no, it's Jusk. MP3 files. So I know people say MP3, okay, but I say MP3. If I said all these acronyms this way all the time, my pop filter would be wet with spit. This is 10 out of 10 rage bait. And I'm turning it into a short. Thanks for the content, y'all. Thank you for the content. Good stuff. So it was a clip farm after all. The algorithm condones this action. Yes, it does. Now, I don't know what's changed with the YouTube algorithm. My shorts used to be averaging like somewhere between 1,000 to 2,000 views every short. But ever since the changes they've made this year to the algorithm, they've like completely tanked. So I'm trying to figure out what the new what the new thing is. That's something common I've seen across everything. Like, I've seen a ton of channels, like Stephen He even made a YouTube video being like, yeah, the changes tanked my channel by 80%. Like, oh, damn, that would hurt. That would hurt so much. Any tips for a Python learner? Not really. Like, same tips for learning any other programming language. Use it, learn how to do simple stuff, combine that knowledge to make something more complex. Go from there. It's the best way to do it. Run Python in a terminal to get the REPL. It's a great way to play with it. That's true. Like, if you just run, like, Python here, you get this thing. Then you can do, like, what's in Python? Python has print, doesn't it? Yeah. Print, hello. Yeah. No, it's let, isn't it? No, that's right. They don't have those keywords. They just go, S equals hello. And you go print S. There. Heard people say sup, but I don't, and I think they're weird. I mean, generally when it comes to C++ or C or what's the other one? There's another one. Like, generally when it comes to those, I say them out loud. Like, I pronounce the entire thing. Not that new to Python. Yes, I don't know how new you are. I don't know what experience you have. I'm gonna treat you like a noob until I know otherwise. And this is done. Tablet should close menus in tablet when B is pressed. Where am I from? I am from the great and well, not the not so great anymore because of how stupid our government is, Australia. Still better than the US at least. Nah. See, Australia's just passed some new... Like, they rushed through. The Australian government rushed through new hate speech laws which shift from the intent of the speech to what someone else feels about the speech. And they're doing it in relation to the Bondi Beach shootings that happened the other, like, month, I think it was the other month. However, if the speech is in relation to religious texts, then it's fine. It's not covered by the law. Even though religious text is generally what's used when it comes to hate speech. So... What? It's just stupid. What am I working on? I'm working on Bobble Shop Simulator. Pin message will have the link to Steam, where you can go wishlist it and watch the demo and see some screenshots. I'm currently working on this though. Having the tablet close when the back button, like B, when UI cancel is pressed. Comb the beard, I can do that. Do you code off stream for greater focus away from chatty nonsense? I code on some stuff. I don't code on this game generally outside of stream. I will do things like I'm updating the market prices for cards off stream because that's boring and tedious. But I'll program on other stuff outside of the stream. We got good accent too. What you think? I don't care about accents, to be honest. Never been one for accents. I have enough space, but Proton 9 on Steam is saying disk write error when trying to install. Any idea why? It sounds like it's having an error writing to disk. That's my first assumption. It's been fun, but I have to head to bed. No worries. Thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. You legend, you. Have a good sleep. You've earned it. Yeah, really, Vongo. I know it's a surprise. Like, the error message is very, very strange. But that's my first guess. There we go. But why is it erroring when writing to the disk? Because there's something preventing it from writing to the disk? Like, I don't know. It could be a lot of reasons. Maybe it's on a petition that doesn't have any space left. Morning, Ginger. Perhaps there's something, maybe there's some corrupt data or something that's preventing it to write. I don't know. There's a million reasons it could be not working. Hope you had a good weekend. I had a very productive weekend. Very productive indeed. Let's see. I don't know what Galaxy Click is. Open source website finding incremental games. Okay. That's beta. Fresh and new. All hail the orb. Nice, nice. 32 favorites. Very nice. Very nice. Check out the review score. 4.3 out of first 56 ratings. Very nice. Very nice. 740 play hours is pretty good. Yeah. Very nice. Very well done. It was a really good weekend. Good to hear. I'm fixing up the last thing that I want to do. The last improvement before I sit back and just wait for bug reports and feedback for the remainder of the playtest. And then once that's done, we lock in and move into demo mode. Get the demo to go live on Feb 13th my time, Feb 12th. Steam time. And we start doing development for the actual release. Yeah. Got 215 wish lists from Galaxy Quick. Nice. Game was really smooth with lots of juice and stuff. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. I should really advertise my game more. I'm doing nothing to market my game at the moment. I already tell people about my game in Twitch chats for a few hours every day. I don't even really do social media posts. I have a different approach to Twitch chats. I usually don't say anything about my game in other Twitch channels unless unless they ask what I've been doing that day. Like if I raid into them and they're like, "Oh, what were you doing today?" Or If I'm just chatting with them and whatnot, and they ask me what I'm working on or something, then I'll talk. But yeah, other than that, I don't really speak about it. Where are we? Close settings. What I need to do... Main menu. Or UI cancel. I don't want it to... Let's see. Let's see. If I press back, it takes me back here. We go into here. I'm quite opposite. I'll chat with them for a little bit, then get them to review my trailer or something. Ask some feedback, because people have nothing more than having an opinion. Yeah, see, I generally leave their stream as, like, whatever they're doing. Okay, cool. So that is closing that. Then that closes that. But if I go into this, and I press back here, nothing happens. So that's what I need to fix. But yeah, I'm just not a marketing person. And that's something that happens if you have that sort of marketing salesman's personality. Like, yeah. You're gonna make games kind of necessary, and people who have a problem with it, not really my problem on that. If you're doing everything in your power to push your game, if you're not doing everything in your power to push your game, what's the point? But there's a time and a place for it. Yeah. Like, you've got to remember that a lot of streams have advertising rules. Like, people don't want their stream to be a place where people go just to advertise their own stuff. They want their stream to be a place for their community. Yeah. Times and places for everything. We need this. But yeah, it's very much a personality thing that comes with like something. It's a salesman's type thing. Yeah, you've got to be very salesy oriented. Where are we? I don't want to process in this. At the same time, I don't want anything in that. Could be a base order screen. Like, I feel like the Bobble ordering inherits that. It does. Okay, so under base order screen. I can add something like unhandled inputs. Go if event is action. It would be UI cancel. Then we would want to do menu manager. Toggle tablet home screen, I believe it is. This one here. Interaction manager handles that. But obviously when that's paused, it's not gonna do anything. Yeah, that should take care of it, hopefully. And give me 2 seconds, I want to just double check that this is working now. Where are we? Pop this up. That's not it. That's not it. Damn it. Let me catch up here. What do we got? What is doing anyone's? Yeah, I know. I don't know how anytime I change compatibility on Steam, it also has to update that game. I think that's just updating some background files. Like it's generating some background files for the compatibility layer. This is where the cookie crumbles. It is. Morning time. Time to get ready myself. Have a good one, Ginger. Morning, Lydia. How you doing? Be around to lurk, don't mind me. No worries. Lurk away. Do your thing. 3 gigs, though? Oof. Okay. That's interesting. Let me see what happens. No. It's downloading Proton 8. That's it. That's all it did. I think that's just a you thing, Wongo. What's the close button do? Where is that? Is the close button on tablet? Is. Close button is on tablet. Display home screen. That's what we want to do. Ah, of course. Yep. Okay, that'll work. I just want to play Descenders. Could install it on Windows, but I don't want to have to wait another few hours for it to install. That's not correct. Mike, you're late. Oh, I know what that is. It's because of the menu manager. Escape is bound to already do it. So instead of UI cancel, what problems have Bongo? um, have some weak source to connect those synapses. Not gonna help. Not gonna help. So it's still bringing up the main menu before it closes. Which is wrong. So that's good. That worked. Cool. Alright. So now I need to fix that problem with the window. With the main window thingamajig. Tax information has been updated. Yuck. So many seeds and shit in this one. Alright. Thank you very much, dog, for the weak sauce. That would toggle. That. What up, situation? How you doing? If it's not loaded. That should work. Ooh. How the hell did you do that? The value of type... Ooh. Main menu 127. Oh, of course. Main menu buttons. Alright. My name is Situation. That's correct. Alright. We go tablet, B. Tablet, A, B. Tablet, A, B, B. Start, B. Start. Whoa. Tablet, start. Settings, B. Lovely. Now, tablet, escape. Tablet, bobbles, escape. Tablet, bobbles. Generally I'm fine with this because they can quick that themselves. Ooh, that's the problem. Oh, we don't want it to lose focus when the mouse exits the hover. Okay, so that's all done. What up, Azarin? Really wanted to exit the tablet with escape. Fantastic. That was feedback that we got. We did get that feedback. The only question, Azarin, should escape So, do you want escape to close the tablet no matter what screen you're on? So, like, obviously, if you're in the main menu and you're in settings, it should take you back to the main menu and then close out. But if you're in the tablet and you hit escape here, it closes the tablet. But if you're in one of these apps, do you want escape to close the tablet completely? Or would you want escape to take you back here and then escape again closes the tablet? Close it no matter what? Alright, cool. Done. Problem solved. Take those. Mouse set active. Focus. Set active. The reason why I want that, so down here, we can go, if it's active, give it that. L if not has focus. Do that. You open the tablet with T. The reason why I'm not using tab is for accessibility purposes. Now, I know that in TCG Card Shop Simulator, you can bring up the phone by pressing tab and you can close it by pressing tab. The only issue with that is navigation for accessibility purposes. So for example, if you're someone with the accessibility requirement of using tab and shift tab to go back and forth between things, when you have this open and you want to navigate between things, you can press tab and shift tab. Yeah, and it takes you to the next thing in the list. If I'm just using keys, if I want to get all the way over to bills, I've now got to do that. Whereas here, it's just tab. Okay. In here, tab goes through all the available options. Okay. Whereas if you're here and you want to get up to the close, you've got to go up, then close. So it's very much just an accessibility piece. Because tab and shift tab are the standard for navigating to the next focusable element in everything. Web browsers, applications, games. T does also close the tablet. T opens it, T closes it. But you can also press escape to close it. Yeah. Yeah. But yes, that's the accessibility requirement. Excellent. This has me thinking the styled button. Ow. Texture normal, texture press, texture hover. And then I want to change this highlight color. What do you think about that? Maybe having a bit more of a light teal, sort of. What do you think about that for a highlight color? I like it. Maybe we go for something more like that. You know? Yeah, it's better. Like, it's better than a grey. That's all. So, like, the grey's very... Bleh. Whereas I kind of want it to be, like, a brighter sort of highlight. That's what it looks like. I'm gonna adjust that. That looks better. There you go. Now the shadow's just like that bottom right. Like bottom and right side sort of thing. Rather than left and top as well. We'll probably do it more like a -4. Or like a 4/4 sort of thing. Yeah, that looks better. Looks moist excellent. Moist excellent indeed. That's a problem. When I go left, you can't tell that the line edit is focused. So... Make unique. I want this. We need... What can the focus border be? Because I don't want it to be like blue kind of thing. I guess I could. You can definitely tell that it's focused. Also, this here, virtual keyboard enabled. If true, the native virtual keyboard is enabled on platforms that support it. Now, I don't think I have a native virtual keyboard. That's something I'm going to have to test on the Steam Deck. Yep. Definitely something I need to be doing. But I think that's good. Let's see. Now that's something I'm noticing. Okay, so that's showing that it's focused. Now the question here is, should I have it automatically focus, like automatically select the text when it gains focus? Which would be easy enough. It's just a matter of underneath here, going into product and saying this quantity in bag. Oh, we do have select all on focus. No emojis. Why? 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 Select all on focus, but it's not selecting all on focus. Which is quite strange. Ah. That's only handling the scroll though. It's not doing anything else. Morning, Hadoukenin. How you doing? I'm gonna see if disconnecting that. Swear to God, if you're just throwing an error for the sake of throwing an error, I'm gonna be pissed. Why? Why? God damn it. Bike to work in the freezing cold. And now I got the worst headache out of nowhere. Ah, Hadoukenin. It sounds like you got brain freeze. One could extrapolate that, you know it. You know it. So why doesn't quantity in bag select on focus? Okay, so the Mondays, dock ordinates, the week off. Sorry, boss. Go for it. Take a week off. It's not like I'm going to lose anything. Huh. This is super weird. I've had a headache back and forth for a couple of weeks now. Think I'm stressed out? Possibly. That could very well be the case. I'm trying to avoid stress at all times in life. Why does this one not want to do things? You have select all on default. I do not know. Well, I've disconnected the focus entered signal for the quantity in bag and run it, and it still does the same thing. So it doesn't have anything to do with that. So I've disconnected this before. Fucking GCC. GCC. Fuck's sake. Oh my god. And also this one here. So we toggle them off. Nothing's happening to it. There is this one here as well. But like we've tested it like this, and it still doesn't do it. See? You gotta press enter to go into it. Nothing works. Doesn't work. We go into shock naming. It only has text changed and text submitted. It does do name edit grab focus. But there's nothing here that actually tells it to select all. Like this checkbox here, select all on focus. When the text box gains focus, it should, or when the line edit gains focus, it should be selecting all, but it's not. Right? There's no omitting of a signal or anything like that, Orchrus. Okay? So I have a feeling that even though it's focused, which is this box here, that's focused. See that? That's focused. It's selecting the text. Like it's going in there and it's giving me this to edit it. But that's not happening for mine. On a radius. I think I'm just gonna have to leave it. No, I don't want to. I'm gonna input some manual code here for product. I'm gonna go let's do this. Already input focused. All right. That doesn't even do it. Why, it's selecting it all, but it's not putting the carrot in there. What? What? It selects it all, but it's... deselect on focus. The selected text will be deselected when focus is lost, but I just proved that that's wrong. All mode, anything, click, highlight, like tabbing, UI navigation with the arrow keys, all that stuff like focuses it. If false, it's impossible to select the text using mouse or keyboard. But it's true, so that's fine. Maybe because it's a number only virtual keyboard. I'm gonna see if it's tied to the virtual keyboard at all. Doesn't look like it. We're going to do... What? This is so confusing. Maybe it's because I've got text set by default. Like, maybe if I get rid of the default text, then it will work. No, because that has default text. That requires me to press enter. I don't think it's focusing. Even though it's getting the focus style, I don't think it's actually focused yet. If that makes sense. I think it's just in like a focused hover state. Well, that's for web export, but mine's not a web export. Select all text when focused with arrow keys. When focusing line edit with the arrow keys, all text It selects all text instead of selecting all text only when editing. When focusing line edit with arrow keys, it selects all text instead of selecting all text only when editing. Edit and unedit methods. Is that what I need to do? I'm gonna see if it's that. I had this issue and had to update Godot to solve it. Used rich text label, it had focus option. I don't want to use a rich text label though. A rich text label is too heavy for this. There's gonna be something. Options were focus mode, control focus all, and keep editing on text submit true. It's not the same issue. Yeah. Um,
I found a game I think you'd like.
mm-hmm. What's it called? Allows entering edit mode, where the line edit is focused or not. Allows exiting edit mode while preserving focus. That's
It's
4
called Worming from Home.
Worming from home. Let's see if that does it. Because I don't get it. It does it on that main. There we go. Gotta call the edit function. Yep. Beautiful. Beautiful.
There's a free demo on Steam. It looks like a fun game.
I feel like it's going to be a stupidly weird, horrible game. Be the worm of Wall Street in this silly simulation game about working a remote finance job. Throw your spineless body around the keyboard to invest in the stock market and earn obscene amounts of money by upgrades, train skills, and worm your way up to the promotion you've always dreamed of. That looks like it would suck. Trying to look at the screen while you're dragging the mouse. He's got weights too, and he plays Snake to get stronger. You gotta dive into the coffee. Password worm123. This game is ridiculous. Oh, god damn. Steve, Trevor. M's birthday only comes once a year. Oh god. That does look kind of funny. That does look kind of funny. It's this part here where you've got to like edit the values and move the mouse. Like you have to actually do those things. Oh my god. Like it looks fun. It looks very funny. I don't think we'll play it tonight, but yeah. Final tweaks to tablet closing and line edit focusing completed. Okay. Have a good sleep, Azeron. Merge demo. I'm going to create my final builds for the demo here. Until we get a bug report for something, and then we have to go fix it. Alright. We're done with that for the night. Let's try this again. Impossible. How do you move to next item in shop now after it enters the edit mode? You press enter to submit, or you press tab or shift tab and it moves. For controller, I don't have a virtual keyboard. I don't have a virtual keyboard on this system. But if I do this, so if you go here, you enter 12 and you press enter, it submits it, and then you can move around. Or you can just use tab and shift tab, because if you use the arrows, it's gonna lock you in there. So then you gotta like use tab or whatnot. But if you're using controller, what'll happen is you'll select it, a virtual keyboard will come up if you've got a virtual keyboard installed on your system. For Steam Deck, that comes with a virtual keyboard. I'm going to test that off stream on the Steam Deck. And then that'll have an enter that you can press, or you can just use the triggers. Sorry, the bumpers. And the bumpers do the focus next. So, yeah. 25 stream streak. Well done, Oki. Well done. I thought it would be more annoying. Now, all of that kind of stuff is generally built in by default because it's...
Good night, I love you.
Yeah, it's something that needs to be there for accessibility. Good night, Oki. What's this? After 2017, single player, no third person. Blueprints. Okay, 2021 to 2024. 2021 to 2024. Not first person. Could be strategy, but isometric tunic. Okay, it's a fantasy, probably indie, possibly puzzle. Seems like it's going to be a side view single player game. Can't believe they don't have Game Over, a musical RPG. Blasphemous 2 would be an RPG. Now we know it's a 2021 release year. So we need a side view puzzle game or a side view indie game that is fantasy. Released in 2021 and is also single player. Spelunky 2, is that single player? No, it's not. Oh shit, it's 2020. Okay, well, there you go. Side view single player 2020 fantasy. Definitely seems like it's an indie. Side view 2020 single player indie. Horror Night was 2017. Celeste was 2018. Streets of Rage. Ooh, Streets of Rage. Fantasy sandbox action. It's a COVID game. It is a COVID game. Did a Scribblenauts come out then? Maybe. Maybe. What up, Justin? How you doing? I don't think it's Scribblenauts. No. Side view single player 2020 fantasy adventure sandbox. That is indie puzzle or indie platformer? I've been here because I've been paying for 3 months. Why have you been paying? I hope you're no longer paying. Hello, everyone. Hello. Go to sleep. Go to sleep if you need to. I'm just going to change the noise away so I don't have myself playing 4 times in my ear. What up, Goob? What up, Yif? How was the stream, Aaron? What we up to? I've got the last thing I need done for my Bobble Shop Sim demo. So you should all wishlist it because the demo will be available in like a week and a half. Yeah. What up, Leth? What up, Ward? What up, Arnie? Let me just hydrate for you. I don't want to dehydrate. It was really good today. I was hoping to do UI, but it's fun. But it's for a fun new design update. Did double workout today. I saw you doing a ton. Bye, good night. Good night. Enjoy your sleep. It's good. How are you? It's good. It's good. I'm at a very comfortable state. There we go. I'm doing these 2 off stream. I'm getting those done at this very moment. And yeah, we have a play test going. Noita was 2019, I think. Something like that. The only Ori game I know of Sector was somewhere around 2013 or something like that. What do you got on for the rest of the night, Errand? Are you going to do some more exercise? I've been trying to get into more exercise, but I find there's no time because there's like everything else that needs to get done. I need to get like a live-in maid to deal with like the cleaning and the cooking and all that kind of stuff so that I have time to exercise. Eat a little candy, try today's Akari, maybe work a little more. Nice. Nice. Today's Akari is fun. Every night my teeth hurts, half my face and neck hurt, and ear hurt. Felt it like right now. Have you been to the doctor? Go to the doctor. That does not sound fun. No, I never went. Yeah, you should go. You should go. Da boy, how you doing? Live-in maid sounds like a good plan. Yeah. Yeah. Come on, all. Come on. The more you support me, the more I can afford a live-in maid. My brain feels like it's draining slowly. Go to the doctor. Let's see. Is it an Ori? I feel like it'd be Will of the Wisps. Well, it's not an Ori. We know that it's a platformer or a puzzle, and it's also an indie. What is this game? Side view single player 2020 fantasy sandbox action something. And I have 2 tooth decays and I'm slowly dying. Well, that's more reason to go to the doctor. We'll go to the dentist and the doctor. Go to the doctor first, they can check you out, and then go to the dentist to get your teeth fixed. Was Noita released in 2020? I don't feel like Noita was released in 2020. But I'm doubting myself now. Let's see. Okay, is Noita. So Noita was 2020. Okay, I thought Noita was 2019. I do. You get that? Yeah, Booyah did the same thing to me, Aaron. Booyah got me into Daily Akari, got me into Connections. Got me into Quirtle, I think. Apparently early access was 2019. That's why I thought it was 2019. I want to do one more. Because this streak here was for normal game doll. Yeah. Do they not count early access anymore for the release date? I thought they did. They don't do it for all games now. They only do it for games that were in early access for like an extended period of time. So like Ashes of Creation, 7 Days to Die, Rust, stuff like that, they count early access. But if it was in early access for like 6 months or something, that doesn't matter. No. Thank you for the follow too. Much appreciated. Well done on being a fantastic gedunt. Now, what's this non-third person after 2017 single player and something else non-horror, non-survival, non-drama game? Noita. All right, 2021 to 2025. It's not side view. Blueprints. Okay, we'll know the consoles in this first person. Single player, multiplayer, co-op. Guarantee I don't know it. I don't know any games on these consoles. So you don't know any games, Mard? Just no games at all? Imagine that for 3 months. I'm gonna try to go now. You should have tried to go when it started. Yeah. Oh, you know, Spelunky 2 and Noita. It's a 2023 shooter sim, first person. An indie shooter sim that's first person. An indie shooter sim that's first person from 2023. What is a shooter sim? That's a good question. Ready or not? Does that have single player? It could be, because it's a tactical. Yeah, there we go. Ready or not? Well, there you have it. Well done, Anger. Well done. For anyone that doesn't know, over the last, I think like the last 3 months is how long I've been tracking this stuff for. This is how much we've done over the last 3 months. That's how much we've done on Bobble Shop Sim in the last 3 months. Things like notification messages when attempting to place furniture in store, blah blah blah, so that it tells people, you can't place that here. That's in a wall. Yeah, or this bug prevents opening UI while in customer dialogue. This bug, I should prevent it. I should prevent the UI from opening while in customer dialogue. Add bonus to store after conscious bobble is sacrificed. A furniture VFX. Fine-tuning the bobblehead effect. Rework new bobble and card effects. End of day income expense screen. All the stuff we want to display there. Update screen, load screen process. Finish the card pack text. It's all just... NPCs trading bobbleheads need to only trade bobbles who are within 10% market price. Did I do that? I don't remember doing that. My main drain pipe for the house just froze up, so I had to clean it out. Same, just got back as well. but with a large tub of boysenberry cheesecake ice cream and strawberry topping. What? I just got back to my computer. Ruttering my pipes. That's not something we have to do in Australia. At least not that I've heard of. Like not for like ice or like frozen pipes at least. Yeah. This one here. Get offer bobbles. No, I haven't done that. Currently negative 20 degrees Celsius outside. Yuck. Yuck, yuck, yuck. You know what I'm gonna do? I need to find an efficient way to get bobbleheads that are within 15% same market price. My only problem is that's going to require some sort of loop. And I feel that's too heavy. Unless I store them, unless I update them at the start of every day to be ordered from lowest to highest price. Every good loop starts with true. The problem is, Hadoukenin, this would have to find all bobbleheads that are within a range, like within a price range. Not just the first one. So currently, the way I store pricing is... I think I have like category rarity price. Like category rarity, and then the bobble maps to price. I could... simplify it. So that instead of doing this, where we do category mapping to rarity, and then rarity mapping to a dictionary of bobble value pair. You can store references in a sorted price list as well. Because that's the thing. I could change this up so it's... I suppose this is something that'll happen. Use link filtering. I'm not using C#. C# can stay on Microsoft's horrible operating system. Microsoft's horrible language can stay on Microsoft's horrible ecosystem. Next thing you know, the .NET framework will come with an AI agent built into it. And you'll write some code, and the AI agent will go, that's not what you want to do, and it'll change your code for you. I guarantee Microsoft's already working on that one. Link will have a subscription fee. Link is awesome for just this thing, but we don't have this thing here. Also, like, there's also the question of, is Link actually performant? Okay. Each implementation returns the number of customers in the array that have an age under 18. Baseline implementations using 4 for each. Okay, using 2 link count. Count and where count. So 4 for each. Link count predicates. So that's the time it takes, and that's the size. So the 4 and the 4 each are definitely... Implementation is using where and then count with no arguments. When implementation using count takes predicate function of the elements, has significant performance penalty. Yeah. Then when you add filtering, slightly worse, but not much. Transformations, still prefer 4 and 4 each. You might prefer... you might prefer Link a little bit in that instance. Performance in Link is similar to more basic constructs in C#. Example for that notable case. Except for that notable case where count was significantly slower. Performance is important and crucial to benchmarks on the application rather than relying on anecdotes, including this one. Yeah. So I'd probably still use a for loop anyway. The point of Link is not performance, but ease of use. Yeah, I kind of don't want to... I don't want to like implement something that I know is not as performant just for ease of use. Like, if I implement something not knowing that it's less performant than another way that I know of doing it, that's a different thing. But like, yeah. I'd still stick with a for loop or something like that in C# than using Link. Because there's 2 things that I can do at this point. I can... First we filter manually, then sort with custom comparator, and finally iterate the result. So here's the thing, Anger. There's different ways we can approach this. So if I keep this current data structure where I have the category, then the rarity, then the bobblehead mapping to its price, I could combine all of those sub-arrays into one array and then sort them and find the ones or filter them. Like I wouldn't sort them, I would just filter them for anything that is within 15% of the bobblehead that they're offering's price. And then I would pick one of those random ones. So that's the first option. Combine them all into an array, filter, use, like then bind, like pick a random one and use that. The other option that we have, we can restructure this data that we have here so that instead of this, we have something that's like a dictionary of rarity int. I'm sorry, rarity to dictionary. And basically cut out the first level of the dictionary. So we do this sort of thing. And then we would need to do it this way because we can have a bobblehead that has different prices for different rarities. So it doesn't give us. It does give us less arrays that need to be combined into one. The I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be that much more performant. To warrant the data structure rewrite, especially since this is only called while using more than one dictionary for the bobble bar values for different needs. So they have different rarities. So each bobblehead for each for each of the different rarities is going to have a different price. You just want pure performance, do it the slow way. Just move it to a worker thread. I mean, I can. But the thing with that is I need this to be available when the user interacts with the NPC. And I'm generating this when they interact. I could do this. I could set it up as a worker thread when they head to... Like when they head to... Or start heading towards the counter. We generate this. Let's do that. So we want to take this, which just creates the data dictionary. I'm going to have to include this in the save data too. I'll have to include this in the save data. So that way when we reload the game, when these NPCs get loaded up, they still have this dictionary data. Not for the behavior tree though. Dialogue data. So this here, not that. Let's go into our behavior tree. So we want to do a pick. I think the pick random is what we're looking for. I think. Yep, because NPC's broken at the moment. That's fine. Pick random picks between browse and dialogue. So yeah, when we hit dialogue, this evaluates the node. So what we do, We go. NPC. Reload it so that we can get LSP. Dialogue. Data. Setup. In here, we'll take care of the threads. Start NPC. Because there's bad stuff in there. What's your problem? Type. Where else is this? In here. That. Get type. Alright. NPC. Generate dialogue details. Call third. What we can do then is... if dialogue thread, not null, dialogue thread is alive, dialogue thread, wait to finish, and then dialogue thread null, so that way it gets rid of any reference to it. So now this will set up all of that data perfectly fine. And what we do next is under wait for interact. That's not going to be correct. That's just getting owner every time. Why am I getting time? Why don't I just save it as a variable? Eh. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. Which that's actually going to cause a different problem. Okay, do that. Wait for interact. It's going to go... If NPC dialogue data is empty, return status running. You know what? Let's do this. Do that. Thank you for the follow, you fantastic Dunticle. Give yourself a pat on the back for becoming a Gedunt. Everyone in the world should be celebrating your ascendance to Geduntness. True story. True story. Underscore. And then in here, take those. We already have a process. Don't we? Oh, we have a physics process. Hang on. Because your thread doesn't have anything by default. For finish or anything like that. So what I'll do, I'll set up, I have to set up a process. Go if dialog thread is null, return. Otherwise, if dialog thread live, or dialog thread is alive, return. Otherwise we can go dialog thread wait to finish. And then dialog thread was null. So we can clear that out. And then that thread will be cleared up. What up, Squibby? And that will also have the dialog generate dialog details. Dialog thread is not null. Turn. Prevent us from accidentally doing this multiple times. Start that up. Generates the data. And then when we interact with them, triggers this. However, trying to create sprites? Never done it before? What software are you using, Squibby? That's the important question. I remember when I first started creating pixel art, like little sprite characters and stuff, I was using GIMP. I was creating them in GIMP. And to be honest, they came out pretty goddamn good. They came out fantastic. But then I discovered Sprite and I was like, yeah, no, this is better. This is much better. So much better. Okay, so this thing here, I want to look for get interactions. Wait for interact. So what we can do now... That. Whoops. Yep. I pressed F6 instead of F5. Procreate on my iPad. Ooh, I'm using Game Maker's built-in sprite editor. Nice. Haven't done anything with it yet. It's currently compiling on my system. What do you like about it? The fact that it's designed specifically for pixel art sprites. Like, you can create pixel art in a whole bunch of different software. But creating pixel art in software specifically designed for it just makes it easier to do pixel art. You know, like all of the tools are set up specifically for pixel art and stuff like that. I imagine touchscreen is good of sprite creation. It kind of helps. It does kind of help. Now in here, I have this. I'm going to do that for now. I just want to make sure that that change is in fact working. Get in there. The first thing that I'm setting up is a goddamn trolley. Now I just need an NPC to come in and have dialogue. Okay. Invalid access property or key bobble waits on a base object of type node constants. 193. NPC 193. Um. All right. Screw it. Array of floats. And the rarity for these is gonna be 10 different weights. So we got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Oh, the trolley is going to be such a great item. It's going to be like the first thing people buy in this game. Oops. Okay. Now we wait for someone to have dialogue again. Because I removed expensive price. Rather than do this. Expensive price. Cool. What up, Arrow? What a nice stack. I know, right? Making the inventory, equipment, and skill page for my game. Nice. Nice. Okay. Fixing up my GGJ game, then getting back to work on the main project. Nice. So we've already had a few customers come in with a lot of money. Come on. Hurry up, NPCs. This time of day is quieter, so there's like less NPCs that spawn. Jesus Christ. I just want someone to come in with dialogue. 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 I'm just gonna tweak the rarity of them. Tweak the rarity of a dialogue having NPC. Ah, there we go. Take item, check. Item data on a base object of type nil. $60. Line 60. If shelf is null, what do I do? Um, do that. No. No. I'm gonna undo that. We need to take these, move them up the top. Move these up here. I want to do that. Has more displays. That's there. Has more items. Or has items. Has items finished. Has more displays. Or money depleted. Do that. We'll do money minus cart cost. Less than equal to 0. Well, this is going to be false, actually. Money depleted is false, because if money depleted is true, then it's not coming into here. And actually get rid of that. As items, bool false. Finished bool false. Okay. There we go. Now, if shelf is null, it's not going to break. The NPCs could do with some tweening between animations or lerping while rotating to check the shelf. Kind of snappy at the moment. It's a low poly game, so animations are gonna look snappy. Like, you gotta remember that the game is supposed to look low poly and low quality. Like, it's not supposed to look like realistic animations for walking and such. Because if you have low poly people moving in a realistic human way, it's going to look weird. It's just gonna look weird. Like, imagine these characters, these low poly characters, walking around the same way they walk around in TCG Card Shop Simulator. It's not gonna look right. More detail would make it look better, in my opinion. I disagree. It's that simple. What do you keep bobble weights? I added bobble weights. What the fuck are you talking about? Ah, bobble rarity weights. Bobble weights. God damn it. When you're adding multiplayer, sometime between never and ever. Yeah. What about MMO? Everybody has to have their own bobble shop. And whoever's bobble shop is more successful is the winner. NPCs will be AI controlled. So you've got to get the AI NPCs to come to your store over other stores. And we will change the AI algorithm every few days, so that you've got to keep your store up to date with the latest bobblehead trends. That actually sounds like it'd be pretty fun. Does your mustache connect to your glasses? It doesn't. My glasses hold up my mustache. Yeah. Well, it doesn't hold up my mustache. It just... My glasses help shape the mustache while the wax is setting. How much did you buy? You only bought one. Freaking awesome stash. Thank you very much. Jesus fucking Christ. Buying the entire freaking store. Bloody hell. The glasses are really a mustache accessory? Yeah, that's true. Found a scalper that wants to sell on eBay. I should add something like that into the game. Add like a scalper. Oh shit, damn it! Just gave him those for free. Set it so the player can have a limit per customer. In today's economy card shop, needs some muscle bodyguards. I am going to have NPCs that you can hire to be security. And they will basically... they will be there to check NPCs as they're leaving. But they'll only be able to check one NPC at a time. So the busier it is, the more NPCs will get past them without being checked. Now I'm at $939.50. I spent $150 to unlock that, so I made almost $90 profit off of all of those bobbleheads. This is prime business time. Look at all the NPCs. And I've been cleaned out. All right. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing a subathon for the demo launch. Like maybe a 2-week maximum subathon. And I'll get things set up so that I can go outside and whatnot during the subathon. How far out's the demo launch? Well, I suppose it wouldn't be the demo launch. It would be the next fest launch. So the demo I want to have go up Feb 13th. So that press can play the demo before next fest. Yeah. Subathon is giving you an opportunity to go outside. It should. The only problem is it would have to be something like I stop the stream and then restart it on the phone so that I can go outside on the phone. Otherwise, yeah, otherwise I'm not going to have certain things. Also, why I just need someone to do dialogue. I think depending on your Wi-Fi situation, you may be able to send your feed to your PC without disconnecting. I limit my Wi-Fi range. So I don't like having... Jesus Christ. Scalper. Yeah, I restrict my Wi-Fi range so that even when I'm using 2.4 gigahertz frequency, it's at like a 10% or 20% like strength, so that my Wi-Fi can't be accessed from like 3 blocks away. Because like no one needs to access my Wi-Fi from 3 blocks away. So alright. So we have made a profit today of $88. We've gotten to level 2. There's still time in the day. So I think I need to tweak things a little bit. Let's restart this. Let's see. Come on. Give me an NPC that has dialogue. I wonder. Buying everything for the kids, I see. This better be going to the kids at the hospital. My fuck off. Where is someone with some goddamn dialogue? Could not find pick random inside current scope. What do you mean? LSP not matching up. So now we should only have people come in with dialogue. Come in. Have dialogue. Can dialogue is true. I don't know why it's being so frustrating. Okay, so no one's coming in. That tells me that these two are not accessible. Let me double check something. Okay. If this doesn't work, I'm going to be extremely confused. Um. I don't think it's even going into it. See how it does hit there. So it does hit here. Because dialogue's going to do head to counter. So if counter is null, get dialogue counter. So this is going to be breaking. Where was the print debug that I put? So this has this. Get valid dialogue positions. Okay. That should fix our bug. Finally got the Global Game Jam game in a nice spot. Time to do main project work. Nice. Nice. Grab this. Valid access property or key counter on a base object of type character body 3D NPC. Head to counter. Line 32. There we go. This It's taking a lot longer than I wanted it to. But I will say it has revealed an issue with our dialogue. Our NPC dialogue. Which, that kind of important. Kind of important. Okay. Error calling signal from signal NPC dialogue to set up customer dialogue. Cannot convert argument 1 from dictionary to dictionary. Ah, okay. I get it. I see. So when we do this, it's going to hit here. It's going to go here. You're a string dictionary. It's going to have it as a string. I got an issue with my car not being able to start when it's negative 20 degrees Celsius outside. Have you given it a coffee? Give your car a coffee. That'll help it start. Got to heat it up with electricity before I go. Or a coffee. A coffee will kick it into gear. You don't want a cookie to go with it. That's fair. That's fair. Are you interested in buying this? Ask price $23.99. I'll accept that. Oop.
The floating head thinks it's funny.
I do. Wait for end 56. Sale counter equals get node context get counterpath. Is it just bad that if my car cools too much during the groceries, we get stuck at the store? Leave your car running. Leave your car running with the heater on. No, I mean, if you don't like sitting in the cold, neither does your car. Rip me if it's cold during the workday. You could always get a car with a warmer personality. A warmer personality. Frickin' hell, I'm funny. Alright, Cool. Cool. So that's working. But now no one else is coming in. Okay. Get dialogue counter. Dialogue field does get set to false. So after the first one leaves, another one should come in. Should. $32 head to counter. Okay. How did the first person last time? Oh, because it populated. Yep. Of course. Okay, you come in. Now there's two dialogue positions. There's one over here. There's one there. No one's coming in for the second because you're already using it. But now no one's coming in. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Fantastic gedunt you. Why weren't they coming in? Um. I have a feeling it's something to do with this. I have a feeling it's there. No heating spot in work. Wish I had coins for swap. This car is borrowed from my sister. Get it a hot blanket. Or like a warm blanket. What are they called? An electric blanket. Get an electric blanket so that while it's parked at your office, it can stay warm. You know? Look after your car, Hilden. Sure thing. Huh. Attempt to disconnect non-existent connection. We're going to set these up as try connect. The question is, why isn't it? Because we erase dialogue waiting from there. Which means we don't have dialogue waiting there. It doesn't have Why?
Offer, accept offer, refuse offer.
They finish these. Dialogue waiting is set to false. Why? 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 You want, officer? Sure thing, I'll buy that. What do you want? Yeah, sure, I'll buy that. So you'll now notice it's not even doing the check. Turn success. Get checkout is false. Return status. Browse loop. Take item check. Array has items. Because what I want them to do... Context gets money. Get cart cost. No. They don't have items. And Rand F greater than 0.75. If they have items and there's no more displays, you know what I'm going to do? Money depleted. Context gets money minus context gets cart cost less than that. And has more items. Take this one. Now, can browse will obviously allow a null. So if we set this null, but at the same time, that still isn't going to fix the actual issue. So move to target isn't reducing the number of NPCs in the store. I have a feeling it's via purchase queue. Where's this call from? Checkout reduces. pick random. So let's go wait for end. Let's go if context get exit store. Then what we're gonna do is go shop settings, NPCs in store, reduce it by 1. That's what we're missing. Morning, Victor. How you doing? So the issue there was we have 3 NPCs come into the store to do dialogue. They're never we never lower, we never decrease the number of NPCs in store once they leave. So no more customers can come in because it just says, oh no, there's already 3 people in this store. So now after this one, we should have someone still come into the store. That dude with the hat. No. I know why. I know why. Up here. You be 1. You be that. Get rid of that. All right. Should be a good split of NPCs purchasing and NPCs having dialogue. Oop. Invalid type in function NPC get NPC look at in base marker 3D purchase queue cannot convert argument 1 from nil to int. What is this? Checkout 34. So counter is null. So it would have done that. I just realized why my Twitch playback was so bad. Why? Why is it? Why is this still breaking? Guess we can go context, erase, counter path. That doesn't make sense because counter path should have been valid. For some reason my resolution defaults to 320p instead of 1080p. It probably defaults to that because of your network connection. If you have it set to auto, it will adjust it based on your speed at the time. It wasn't on auto, it was on 320. Maybe you set it to 320 previously. Okay, excellent. So that's all working. Haven't had any issues so far. No, nothing's crashed. Nothing's... NPCs were still coming into the store. Which is being janky, it is also slow. That's true. Yeah, cool. So you're still coming in, yeah. You're going to dialogue, which is okay. Sweet. 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 Sweetie, sweet, 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 sweet. Sweet, 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 sweet. Sweet, 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 sweet. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Just curious, what happens when you change the pricing while they browse or are at the counter? So the pricing is taken, when was it? I don't remember what it was. I know I implemented something for that. Something to do around when you scan them. Something to do with that. Unsolder the RAM chips and sell it to Asus for a profit. Hell yeah. I remember doing something around that, but I can't remember what. So let's look into it now. 144 on sale counter. Because I know on character, when they take the item, so we have cart cost. Then I think when we scan, that's a good point. Let's see what happens. Yeah, so that's got a $10 price. That's interesting. I think I've broken the input for like the actual input field. So if I do this, okay, so it does happen. Sorry, not sorry. No, you're right. You're late, explosive. NPC hydrate. I can do that. This will be something that I probably try and fix some point tomorrow. NPC. Save. NPC. Specific price. For items taken off shelf. So when they take an item off the shelf, I think what I want to do is go if context doesn't have item prices. Actually, if context item prices if it doesn't have item prices or context gets item prices, doesn't have shelf item data, line item, then what we want to do, it can't just be line item though, it has to be rare line item with a rarity. If it doesn't have that, then we can do context set item prices for that. Context get item prices, get line item, get shelf rarity is 0. Then we go context get item prices. Actually, get item prices, set shelf item data, line item. No. Shit. it doesn't have that. We want to do context. Set shelf item data line item to a dictionary of enums rarity common, enums rarity uncommon, enums rarity rare. So we can do that. Then we can do get shelf rarity. If it's 0, then we want to do item data line item. Set the rarity to item cost. So we're going to set it to the item cost. Remember item when it was taken from shelf to prevent player from adjusting values after the fact. Good call out, Razor. What if I install Doom on the MP3 player? I wonder. You'll be able to get Doom installed in an MP3 player. Did you hear that someone got Doom running inside Roller Coaster Tycoon? Also, thank you, Cyan. Thank you very much. Yeah. Roller Coaster Tycoon. Ooh, thanks, Spaceballs. Much appreciated, you fantastic gidunt. Roller Coaster Tycoon Doom. Doom runs inside Roller Coaster Tycoon. Someone just got Doom running inside Roller Coaster Tycoon using an exploit because of course they did. That is a first time chat. That is the best kind of first time chat as well. Yep. Best kind of first time chat. And an even better second time chat. If you keep this up, Spaceballs, then by the time you've done your 10,000th chat, it's gonna be a lot of bits. Oh my god, it doubled! Oof. Ooh, hang on. This is gonna go up very fast. Next, it's 8 and 16. It's following the bits. Literally following bits. And then it goes to 16, and then 32, then 64, then 128, then 256, then 512, then 1024, then 2048, then 4096. Then 898? No, 892. Yeah, 892. Much appreciated, Spaceballs. It doubled again. I want to see. Maybe at some point it'll accidentally triple. Double it and give it to the next program. Oh, that's a good one. That's the best non-follower chat ever. I'm inclined to agree with you, Vongo. I'm inclined to agree with you. I wonder if I just keep streaming all night, is it just gonna keep increasing? It's not weird, Vongo. You're weird. You're weird, Vongo. If that keeps doubling, you'll soon have all the money in the entire world. I know, right? I know. Quick, we need to go out and we need to recruit 3 people to do this. And then they need to recruit 3 people to do it to other people. Then they need to recruit 3 people to do it to other people. Okay? 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 We call it a power triangle. It's not a pyramid, okay? Okay. A pyramid is 3-dimensional. This is 2-dimensional. So, it's up. That was only 58. No, sorry, that was only 58. Sorry, it didn't double. It didn't double. The sequence is broken. You are now free, Spaceballs. That's... Now that's funny. They returned with the change. They did. They did. Oh my god. Oh, Spaceballs. This is how you be funny without saying anything. It is great comedy. That was... How's it going? What are you doing? So we're making our game in Godot. We're using GD script for the time being. I plan on having this game finished by May 24th. And have the full release out by May 24th. The demo I'm gonna have up sometime in the next week and a half in preparation for Steam Next Fest. And once we finish this game and we spend a couple of weeks just working on bugs and such, we're going to start making libraries for systems to use in the future. And we'll do we'll do them in like C++ or something so that we can just like drop them into drop them into Godot as a GD extension, or use them with Raylib or SDL3, or drop them into O3DE or to Unreal Engine, stuff like that. And they'll just be like basic data structure type stuff. So like an inventory system, a dialogue system, that type of stuff. So that way we don't have to keep redoing things for every game that we make. Oh damn, I need to make some 3D emotes because those 3D emotes look awesome. Here I am with my 2D emotes. Oh my god, and that's an infinite... kind of like framework. It won't be like a framework. They'll be separate. So they'll be like isolated libraries. So if I make a game for a game jam that needs an inventory system, a quest system, and a skill system, I can just drop those 3 into the project and connect them up however I need to connect them up. And then if I make another game that needs dialogue and like dialogue and interactions, just have like drop them in and hook them up. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be good to have modularity. It's going to be very nice to have it. Yeah. I've got a few games that I want to make that are all going to be linked together. They're all going to be nice and joined together in story and such. And I figure if I make these libraries, I could do a game jam, make a small game, and then do like have that as one part of the story. And then do that to build up a bunch of backstory and a bunch of lore. And then after we've got like 2 or 3 small games out that are popular and people like the interconnected story and such, we then make a large game that focuses on the main aspect, like the main storyline sort of thing. Yeah. That's my ultimate goal. Spaceballs is a good movie. That reminds me, did you hear Godot's latest release now supports Godot as a library, libgodot, so you can write any language or make your own editor? Correct. However, it's only set up at the moment to be used for specific situations in which you need libgodot. I probably wouldn't use it for that for a while until it's gone through like a couple of iterations. Looking forward to Spaceballs 2 in search for more money. Hopefully they have good merchandise. Spaceballs 2 is an upcoming American space opera parody film and the sequel to Spaceballs. 2027. Mel Brooks' Yogurt, of course. Lone Star. Starburst. Destiny. Dark Helmet. Yes, Rick Moranis is coming back as Dark Helmet. Princess Vespa. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Last year, met Daphne Zuniga. Completely missed the eye there. Asked about the new movie. She said she couldn't say anything as she was under NDA, which was great to hear. Nice. Nice. Confirmed it was in. Yeah, exactly. Confirmed she was in it. Beautiful. It's set to be a good movie in that case. Set to be a very, very good movie. I'm gonna enjoy it. It's assuming civilization gets to 2027. Which it will. It will. But, you know, anything can happen. Anything can happen. What was I doing? Okay, so now I need to go into the scan. Price is going to be purchasing, behavior tree, context. Item prices. Is that what I set it to? This is what I get for shoehorning this in at the end. Yeah, item prices. Need to install Chrome. Ooh. Ooh. Am I missing a message from somewhere? Oh, the old Silicon Graphics logo. Right. I hate websites that don't support Firefox. What website doesn't support Firefox? What website doesn't support Firefox? Amazon Luna, and GeForce Now. Ah, well, I don't use either of those, so both game streaming. Yep. Yep. We want to do item price. Go prices. Get line item. Get rarity. So that'll get me the price. from the NPC that's paying for it. Cool. So we now need this up here to be going price. We still need rarity passed in. Okay. Okay. So that's that done. That creates the entries. I'm old, so I talk in serial ports. ISA bus, 286 CPUs. Firefox can't access COM ports. The only time I fire up Chrome is to access COM ports to flash my Mesh-tastic mesh core stuffs. God damn. Something tells me that your IT knowledge is miles ahead of mine. Just... This is why I can't mess with my keyboard's firmware through Firefox. The scanned items. Shop. Right. Thank you for the follow. You're such a fantastic gidunt. Glad to have you with us. Scanned prices. Scanned prices get line item, get rarity, maybe price in there. Whenever I scan an item, Scanned items, scan rarity, load item. I don't set scanned items anywhere. We have scanned. And that does register scanned item. Oh, that's registered scan. Okay. And your line item scanned item. Scanned item has a price value, which is the value that we give it in here, which is that one, which means I don't need that. What I need to do is down here. This does scanned rarity. Okay, shit, maybe I do. Let's go. Set it up the same way. No, can't set it up the same way. Oh my goodness, what up, Robotic? Holy shit, I just realized the time. How you doing, Robotic? What were you doing tonight? Being a bloody good get-un? I also tried bottles, but I had more trouble with that than I know what else to use. Wine doesn't seem to run well on certain apps I got. That's true. That's true. Wine does require tweaking at times. You raided into an ad? You did raid into an ad. Ads have 2 mins left. Oh shit, it's 5 AM. Yeah, I just realized it's 10 PM for me. So scanned items. But up here, we want to do resource path. For item data, we get the rarity. Okay, no, so I can do get scanned if it doesn't have line item, then we set line item to dictionary. Save dictionary. We'll do item line item. Um, if it doesn't have line item, we want to do item rarity, item resource path, else no. If it doesn't have ah shit, I'm just going to reset this back to what it was. So we set the rarity. And then we want to do doesn't have resource path. We want to go set item resource path to get item. We go scanned item rarity. Then down here we do scanned item price. I want to get this done. Oh, we need to get this finished tonight. It's going to be an effort. Now, the problem here you know what? You're going to be an array. We're going to go save dictionary, append, item resource path, rarity, item rarity, price, scanned item price. Get scanned. Now down in here, we need to change this around. We're going to be a dictionary. Hydrate, I can do that. Dict is already defined. Ah, medium sauce. All right. I'll hydrate after the medium sauce too. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm distracted. Okay. What are we trying to do tonight? Someone has pointed out, I believe it was Das Razor, pointed out that I'm not checking when NPCs are taking, like, I'm not remembering the price that NPCs have for their items, which meant that the player, after an NPC went up to the sale counter, a player could go up to the pricing, set the price really high, and then scan the items through, and the items would scan through for that new high price. So we're fixing that so that the NPC will have a list of what the prices were when they took them off the shelf, and when you scan, it gets the price from the NPC, not from what the player has set it to. And if you fix that, how will I cheat? By some other mechanism. That's how. Is the medium sauce. Thank you very much. Ah. Ah. How come you have chew sauce? I have these crackers. I don't want to touch the sauce, and I don't want to put the bottle to my lips because that's just unhygienic. So I pour it onto the cracker, and then I go cracker down so that the hot sauce is directly on my tongue. Now I know what you're thinking. Oh my god, that's cannibalism. A cracker eating a cracker. Cracker. Yeah. Thank you, Space. I'm glad you enjoyed that one. Scan dict item. Enum's rarity keys. No. Enum's rarity. No. I can just do scan dict rarity. Price. Scan dict price. Better yet, scan dict. Okay. Go. Scare item. Item. Load item. 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 Rarity. Item price. Bam. If data gets scanned, is array then we do that. Because it wasn't an array before, it was a dictionary. Well, watch out, that's probably against TOS. Honestly, if they get me for that, then it's just gonna be like, Twitch, make it a joke about myself here. I'll post it all over Twitch and Blue Sky and put up YouTube shorts and TikToks about it, and then I'll just get more famous. I'll send it through to Asmongold, I'll send it through to Most Critical, I'll send it through to a bunch of random people, man. I'll throw it on some Reddits. Isn't that like the white person N-word? No. Notice how... Yeah. Twitch staff, they're bad Reddit mods anyway. Now, that's saying something, because Reddit mods are like, oh, they are horrible. But you know, if Twitch banned me, all of you know that you can find me elsewhere when I'm streaming. So, eh. Twitch isn't as important as they used to be. Let's see. That should be fine now. But what we need to do... I now need to look into NPCs save data. Get the saved context. Looking at our saved data, we just potato NPCs. I want to erase. Um, item prices. Actually, no, we don't need to. It goes if behavior tree context has item prices. Then we need to do I have forgotten one item rarity. Shelf item data line item. Line item rarity price. Items. I don't think I want it to be items. It's not an array, isn't it? It's a dictionary. So we get item prices. There we go. Saved prices is going to be an array of dictionary. We'll go for price. Or line item. In prices for rarity in prices get line item. Saved prices append line item. Rarity get line item, get rarity. And then save dictionary, get saved context, set item prices to saved prices. And then down here, if saved context has item prices, we do get item prices and save context set I'm going to do that just to make sure that I don't accidentally overwrite anything in the future. Set you to be the dictionary. And we go for price dictionary in prices. Saved context. Get item prices. Set line item. To be a dictionary of rarity price. No. No. If it doesn't have that, then we set you to that. Otherwise, we do saved context, get item prices, get line item, set rarity, set price rarity to price. Excellent. Now to test if that all works. Something tells me that it's gonna not be correct. Something somewhere's gonna break and I'm gonna cry and go to bed. Non-existent function get on base nil. Take item check 111. That line item. Get shelf rarity. If it doesn't have the shelf item data line item, then we set it to have that dictionary. Then we get the item prices. We set shelf, we get shelf item data line item, which we just set up here. And then we get shelf rarity, which is going to be one of these four. Index 13 is out of bounds. From 105. $13 is out of bounds. Does it think it's an array? Of course it thinks it's an array. Item prices are an array. That's better. That's like, huh? Okay, fingers crossed. Come on, y'all. Work! Have my tired brain logic be correct. Okay. If I go over here, increase that to 12.10. Still $10. Nice. If I scan that and I save over this. Fuck. Sale counter 169, trying to assign object, non-object value to a variable of type item data GD. Sale counter 169. Scanned items is a dictionary with line item. Ah. and quantity. And category, apparently. What the fuck does it have category for? What the fuck does it have category for? Whatever. It's got it. Um, I would like it if this held a reference to item data. Item data. Item data. Get rid of category, because that's already going to be accessible via item data. Update report. Update report values. Price, quantity. Item data category. Then, in here, I go resource path. And we stick with that. Okay. Fingers crossed. I might be starting a little bit later tomorrow than normal, just because it looks like we're going an hour overtime tonight. But so be it. So now we've got that structure reworked, I want to know what else breaks that's referencing category. Cool. We got 3 scanned. Item rarity on a base objective type HBox container. Sale count 117. Oh, scanned item. Yeah, scanned item rarity. Okay. Wrong property names. Ugh. Come on, people. Come on. Hurry up. Nope, save stuff for other customers. Cool. I need someone that's purchasing at least 2. Okay. Save. It's saved. Excellent. Please. Cool. I want to see what happens now. Okay, he's not holding out payment. And that only says 1 scanned. It only says quantity of 1. There's price of 30. That's fine. That's something else I can fix later. Okay, so... Pay for items. Items scanned. It does hand money. Okay, so... I didn't change the price, but I'm testing... Like, I already know that the price change stuff works, because we tested that before. So now I'm just testing the saving and the loading of it. We might have to finish fixing this up tomorrow. NPC needs to hand out money if saved in that state. Need to confirm payment. Need to confirm cash register opens or FPOS. Positions. If saved after payment taken. Those are the things we need to validate. And they're going to be a pain in the ass to do. I need to call it there for the night though, because I am tired. My brain is broken, and it's just going to make this code a lot worse if we keep going. Good day, you good dunce. Good day, you good dunce. Alright. I am back in about 9 hours. I'll be back an hour late tomorrow. Just because of this stuff. Awesome stream. Looking forward to more. I stream twice a day. This is the second stream for the day. So in about 8.5 to 9 hours, I'll be back for tomorrow morning stream. That'll be another 5 hours. Thanks for being here, Spaceballs. That was hilarious. I gotta say, that was very funny. Much appreciate the bits. But yeah, we'll go say hi to Mags. I'm gonna get some sleep. I'll see you tomorrow, you get dunce. Good night.